This is Audible.
Wife. Betrothed. Written by Penelope Sky. Narrated by Michael Ferraiolo and Leah Langola. Prologue. Marrakesh, Morocco. Hades. The bazaar was on fire. Black cobras hissed at their masters when they heard the sound of the whip. Men bravely shoved blades down their throats for entertainment, and gypsies danced for coins. When your donation wasn't generous enough, they slunk behind you and picked your pockets, taking what they deserved. It was one hell of a place to celebrate my 21st birthday. Damien walked beside me, a cigar resting between his lips. When a group of pretty girls passed, he gave them mere seconds of his attention before he moved on to the next sight. Now he stared at a camel being led away by its master. "What should we do now? Get a rug and take it home?" Rugs are nice. I liked Morocco because of the chaos. The city was unpredictable, from the dangerous route to the Atlas Mountains and the constant bomb checks under vehicles any time you drove onto public property. It was a different kind of place, beautiful but unsteady. "I'd rather spend my money on pussy, but not take it with me." The brothels here were exciting, and dirt cheap. Later. We'd spent the afternoon drinking, smoking, and exploring everything the city had to offer. It was a short flight away from Florence, and an extreme change of scenery. Damien sighed in dismay at my response. Of all the things he loved in life, pussy was his favorite. Booze and cigars came in a tie for a close second, but something changed his demeanor when he turned his head and examined the bright purple tent behind the vase stand. "Fortune teller, that's interesting." "Is it?" The practice was nonsense. Just a way to take your money.
"Only the Lord should decide who lives and dies. You'll grant life to those who don't deserve it, and take life from others who've earned it. As a punishment, you'll only love one woman your entire life, but she'll never love you."
I couldn't picture myself loving any woman, no matter how beautiful, how sexy she was between the sheets. With my riches and power, I intended to enjoy every aspect of life. Enjoy every woman that would have me.
"This woman will become your wife, but she still won't love you."
I wanted to storm out and call bullshit, but I stayed in my seat, wanting to hear the rest.
"She'll give you 2 sons, but still won't love you."
I couldn't picture myself being a husband or a father, but I continued to listen.
"You'll be loyal to this woman, protect her with your life, and never take another woman while she's yours. But it will never be enough. Nothing will ever be enough."
Why would I waste my time on a woman like that? She examined the lines in my palm before she let me go.
"Because that's the curse. You'll love this woman inexplicably. Forces outside of your control will dictate your emotions. You'll be forced to love her even if you don't want to. That will be your punishment."
Loving someone doesn't seem like a punishment.
Love is the most painful feeling in the world. It'll crush you, Hades. To be with the woman you love every day, but no, she doesn't feel the same way. That's torture.
Then why would she marry me in the first place? She shrugged.
"That remains to be foreseen."
For the first time since I'd stepped inside that tent, she actually showed emotion. Pity. She leaned back against her chair and crossed her arms over her chest, like touching me had burned her fingertips.
"But the cards don't lie. You're a dangerous man, and you're only getting started."
Me his tongue, gave me his passion. I took it all. My hands snaked up his back and I held him close to me, wanting to feel something real instead of the stagnant fakeness my family exuded. I didn't have the perfect family like everyone believed. My parents didn't love each other. Sometimes I wasn't sure if they even loved me. But this was real. It was wrong. So wrong that Hades could be shot if he got caught pressed up against me, but he kissed me like he didn't have a care in the world. With his back turned to everything else but us, he grabbed my thigh and wrapped it around his hips, thrusting his package into the perfect spot between my legs. Oh, yes. He stopped our kiss so he could watch my reaction, see the way I responded to the friction. I liked it. A lot. His hand remained fisted in my hair. Has a man ever made you come, baby? I was so embarrassed that I wanted to lie, but when I looked into those brown eyes, I knew I had to say nothing but the truth. No. His lips moved to mine again, and he kissed me slowly, grinding up against me in the nighttime air. I could feel the wetness in my panties, and he could probably feel them against his slacks at that point. Every kiss was dynamite. Every kiss was fire. I'd never been kissed so good, ever had my toes curl so hard. Was this what it always felt like? Was this the kind of heat every couple felt? He ground harder and harder, my dress sliding up farther as he rubbed into me. He sucked my bottom lip into his mouth, then gave me another thrust. A thrust that made me so white-hot I thought someone had set me on fire. Whimpers escaped my lips, and I wanted to scream until my lungs gave out. He kept his mouth over mine and muffled the noise, letting me finish my climax without fear. It was so good. Euphoric. God, I wanted to do that again. He kissed me a few more times before he pulled away, slightly out of breath with tousled hair. He kept his face close to mine, his breathing deep and quiet. You're a virgin. He didn't phrase it as a question, as if he already knew the answer without asking. I didn't correct him. Can I give you some advice? I gave a slight nod. In a few years, every man in the world is going to chase you. But most men are assholes. Most men will treat you like garbage and throw you away. Don't let them. Don't waste your time on someone who doesn't deserve you. You're a beautiful woman with a powerful surname. Don't be one of those girls who lets losers fuck her. Be that woman who only lets a king fuck her. Are you a king? I blurted, my words coming out as a whisper. His eyes shifted back and forth as he held onto my gaze. I am the king. Chapter 2. 4 years later. Sophia. I lifted my suitcase onto my old bed, then opened the lid. Stacks of jeans, tops, and dresses were inside, all the things I wore while I was at university in Milan. For 4 years, I studied business and poetry. I learned everything I possibly could about running a business, operating a company that was ethical, that treated its employees with dignity, and how to keep a business open for decades. My family owned a chain of hotels throughout Italy, ranging from the toe of the boot in the south all the way to the north, close to Nice, France. As an only child, I was the heir to take over the family business. I intended to make our hotels outlive our family by many generations. I was best acquainted with the hotel in Milan since I had been studying there for the last 4 years, but the hotel in Florence was my favorite. I witnessed my father build it from the ground up, making his dream into a reality with such calm suavity. I never told him how proud I was of his work, and now that he was dead, I regretted it every single day of my life. Now I was back in Florence, moving back in with my mother until I found my own footing. Living alone for the past few years had given me a taste of independence that I didn't want to relinquish. I'd lived in a small apartment, but I'd had the freedom to eat cereal before bed, have men spend the night, and let my laundry pile up until it was a behemoth on the floor in the corner of my room. My booze and cigarettes could be enjoyed without a judgmental gaze. My mother lived with my stepfather in the same mansion where I grew up, 3 stories right in the heart of the city. It wasn't like we wouldn't have the privacy we needed from one another. But still, a grown woman shouldn't be living with her mother. I finished unpacking, then went out onto the terrace on the second floor, where we had breakfast every morning in the summer before it got too hot. It was almost fall, so the temperature was somewhat diminishing. The humidity was taking a little longer. Mother sat there, her legs crossed, a cigarette resting between her soft fingertips. She had dark brown hair just like mine, perfectly styled to maintain her beauty. She still had beautiful skin, her wrinkles hidden under all the products she used to fight the detrimental effects of aging. With my eyebrow raised, I approached her from behind and snatched the cigarette from her poised hand. Things have changed around here. She maintained her calm posture, her eyes following my movements as I took the seat beside her. A cup of coffee was on the table next to her hand, just black even though she preferred cream and sugar. Not really, I just don't bother to hide it anymore. Smoking takes years off your life. Anytime I felt a cigarette between my fingertips, I thought of the erotic night I'd had on a balcony 4 years ago. A man took it right out of my hand and tossed it away. I don't care. She opened the pack and pulled out another. It causes wrinkles. She had the cigarette in her mouth with the lighter held close to the tip. Instead of striking it with her thumb and making it burst into flame, she sighed and put everything down. That's what I thought. That was the kind of woman my mother was. She cared more about her appearance than living a long, healthy life. Don't be so prissy. I found your stash around the house. I didn't deny it. They said mothers knew everything. They were right. A servant brought me a cup of coffee, but I didn't hesitate before I added cream and sugar. I liked it fattening, packed with sweetness and calories, and I didn't give a damn about the destruction to my waistline. I quit a few years ago. Why? Because I want to live past 40. Now that's an exaggeration. Instead of reaching for her cigarettes, she grabbed her coffee and took a sip. She examined the view before us, the sun rising over the beautiful city, highlighting the green hillsides in the background. Even from miles away, the scent of grapes was always in the air. How does it feel to be home? It's nice. She chuckled. You hate it, don't you? I'm just not thrilled to be moving back in with my mother. I lived with and gentle. Nothing like our last embrace. He slowed down like we had all the time in the world to treasure it. My hand slid up his forearm and touched the bicep in his thick arm. I kept going until I felt his chest, felt my fingers dig into his shirt the way that other woman had. Now I didn't care if he was rude when he ditched her for me. All I cared about was having him for myself. His kiss was better than sex, and if he was this good at kissing, imagine how good he was at fucking. He pulled back, taking his delicious lips away from mine. Gloat was in his eyes as he looked at me, like he'd proved the point he wanted to make, 1,000,000 times over. He held my gaze for a few more seconds, letting the desire dissolve into my blood. You'll change your mind. Chapter 4. Sophia. Gustavo and I took our seats at the long table, which was full of members of the board. I hadn't realized we had a board of directors for our hotel, but my stepfather explained they had invested huge sums of money to get this place to open. I took a seat, prepared to learn as much as possible. I had my pen and notebook out, ready to listen to what these men prioritized, how we intended to grow our brand awareness, how we could keep profits high and expenses low. Learning the trade was essential to growing it. Gustavo began the meeting. Let's start with the quarterly numbers. He nodded to me. I stood up and distributed the packets to everyone. You gentlemen may not recognize her because she's all grown up, but this is Sophia. My stepfather said it proudly, as if I was practically his own daughter. Most of the men didn't care. Some gave me a nod while others ignored the information altogether. I guess they'd already forgotten about my father. Just when I sat down, the man to my right snapped his fingers. "Sweetheart, get me a coffee. No creamer, but 2 sugars. "I'll take the same," another asked, "and a banana muffin." I stared at the first man in surprise, processing the request with confusion. I wasn't some assistant. I was the heir to the Tuscan Rose, the person aspiring to run this place in a few short years. I wasn't a coffee girl. That's not in my job description, Marcus. Gustavo shot me a look. "Just do it, Sophia. You said that you wanted to contribute. That's how you contribute." I wasn't above waiting on people. I worked as a waitress in college to pay my bills so I wouldn't have to take money from my mother. It just offended me that they would treat me so poorly when I would own this place once my mother was gone. I rose to my feet and swallowed my pride. Does anyone else want anything? There was a vacant office in the hallway, so I decided to claim it as mine. I had a laptop and a stack of papers, reading through material and organizing all of Gustavo's documents. While I sorted through the bookkeeping to get our taxes together, I noticed a discrepancy that didn't make any sense. When the number of bookings at the hotel were low, revenue stayed the same. On top of that, our private confidence rooms were booked for several nights, but there was never any income from it. Gustavo stepped inside. "Mr. Lombardi will be here in a few minutes. We'll be in the conference room for the next hour." I set down the document I was reading. "Who's Mr. Lombardi?" "You might know him as a Hades." Shit. I knew I would have to face him again eventually, but I thought it would take longer than a week. "Can I sit in?" I wasn't going to let his presence make me shy away from learning about that aspect of the company. "No, I think it's best if you sit this out." Gustavo was transparent.
I'll just pay them off. Pretty soon we'll have to pay off everyone in Italy. I shrugged. So be it. Damien and I had founded our bank years ago, with the sole intention of laundering money from our drug enterprise. But as the years passed, more men wanted a piece of the pie, including the Tuscan Rose. Sophia had no idea Gustavo was laundering the money I gave him for offering a neutral place for meetings. I'd done more deals at the Tuscan Rose than anywhere else. I felt bad for the girl. She'd be devastated when she found out. "When is the money coming in?" Damien asked. "I just asked our guys about the ship in the Mediterranean, but the winds have been unkind." My phone vibrated in my pocket, so I pulled it out to check the message. It was from Sophia. "I get off work in 20 minutes. It was impossible not to grin at that message. "What the fuck are you smiling about over there?" Damien relaxed in his chair and put his feet on the table. "You only smile for money or pussy. Which one is it?" "The second one." "You can always have too much money, but never too much pussy. Who's the girl?" Damien had been my friend for more than 10 years. There were no secrets between us, but I wouldn't betray Sophia's identity, and I wouldn't describe her fuckable tits and her even more fuckable ass. Her secrets were safe with me. Nobody. My fingers spanned her entire back, my thumbs touching across her belly. I guided her up and down, feeling her hips undulate as she ground her clit against my hard body, pleasing herself without shame. Every time she rolled her hips, she arched her back in the sexiest way, pressed her tits farther into my face. Damn, whores didn't even fuck this good. I leaned against the headboard and watched her fuck me, felt her airtight pussy slide up and down my dick, slathering it with another layer of cream. Every time she members were also criminals. It makes it more fun that way. She gently moved off me, letting my dick and the condom slide out of her. She rolled to my side and lay down, her perfect body on display for me to enjoy. I grabbed a handful of tissues and cleaned off before I lay flat on my back. She stared at me.
How do you feel about cuddling?
I patted my chest. She smiled and moved into me, inserting her leg between my knees while resting her head on my shoulder. Her arm draped over my waist, her fingertips slightly exploring the grooves of muscle of my physique.
So, what do you do with Gustavo?
I knew the question would come up. It was also obvious that Gustavo wasn't giving her any information. I gave her the truth but left out all the good stuff. I'm his banker.
His personal banker?
No, for the Tuscan Rose. He uses my bank for the hotel's finances, and I help manage his payments and assets. He has a hefty loan from me, and I invest his profits to pay off the loan quicker. The specifics didn't matter. When her family was ready to come clean, she would know then. It wasn't my place to get involved. She accepted the information without prying further. Her fingers continued to explore my body, and her body softened as she relaxed into me. Her curves were so perfect, her sexy hips and her tiny little waist. Her straight brown hair was exquisite, so nice to fist when I wanted to anchor her in place. Her bottom lip was shaped like a bow, and it was as plump as a cherry, full of juice I wanted to suck dry. Fucking beautiful. She could be a damn model if she wanted, command a ridiculous salary to be on billboards all over the world. She could be the highest-paid courtesan in Europe, gaining millions of euros for just a single night of her time. But instead she wanted to manage a hotel. I respected her for it. She sat up and tucked her hair behind her ear. The rest, my lips, sucked that perfectly fair skin, making it flush the color of a pink rose petal. My arms tightened on her flat stomach, and I pulled her deep into me, my hands caressing her tits through her bra. She didn't fight back. She let me have her, all of her. I kissed her neck, then rested my lips against her ear. Sophia, you're an amazing woman. She backed her ass into me, rubbing against my hard-on through the cotton.
No, Hades. You're the one who's amazing.
I closed my eyes as I squeezed her a little tighter, so hard I was going to rip through my boxers so I could get to that pussy. I just fucked this woman plenty of times, but now I bent her over the table and yanked her dress up over her ass. She gripped the edge of the table and deepened the arch in her back, popping her ass up because she wanted it, because her pussy was still wet even though she'd had enough orgasms to last a week. I rolled the condom onto my dick and slid inside her, listening to her breathe deeper as she took every inch. Her hand moved to the back of my neck, and she positioned our faces so we could see each other, see the mutual look of desire we both possessed.
Fuck me, Hades. Fuck me hard.
Jesus. Yes, baby.
Chapter 6. Sophia. I walked through the front door at 1 a.m. I locked the 14-foot double doors behind me and stepped into the grand entryway of my family home. With the thick walls and the structure surrounding our estate, it was easy to forget the city was right outside. All the noise from cars and passers-by diminished once I was on the property, making me feel alone. I began the long journey up the stairs, my feet dragging because I was exhausted from working all morning and all afternoon and then fucking like crazy at night. Did I have any regrets? I can see that. He smiled slightly. My speech seemed to amuse him. Instead of taking it seriously and matching my somber mood, he found it comical, even though that wasn't my intention. I'm not looking for that either. You and I have the same interests. That being said, I would love to take you to dinner. I would love to stare at you over candlelight, share a bottle of wine with you, and then fuck you exactly how you want me to. Now that my desires were completely clear, I didn't see the harm in it. Someone might see us together. I don't give a fuck who sees us together. Gustavo needs me more than I need him, so if he has a problem with it, that's too damn bad. But it could make me look bad. The board already doesn't like me. That's your problem right there. Excuse me? Sometimes he was calm and sometimes he was aggressive. I never knew what he was going to hit me with. You care what other people think. People will respect you a lot more when you don't. Hades and I sat at a table in the back, far away from the other guests, enjoying their meals in the dim lighting, with the sounds of the Spanish guitar and the clinking of glasses as people made their private toasts. The place was fancier than I expected, so my dress felt a little casual. He didn't seem to mind. He ignored the menu in front of him and immediately ordered a bottle of wine for the table. Not once did he look at the waiter, and he didn't bother to at least say hello first. He barked out orders like a general rather than a paying customer. I'm not impressed by the way you treat people. He stilled at my observation, subtly offended by what I said. I know what I want, and I get to the point. But there are better ways of getting that across. He held my gaze for nearly a minute as he formulated his response.
Skin to skin. Wanted to feel my cum fill her up like an empty tank needing gas at the pump. All right. Until it's gone. She was in her heels, so she didn't have to rise onto her tiptoes to kiss me goodbye. It was the first time she'd done that. Gave me any kind of affection that wasn't purely sexual. It was a start. I squeezed her ass before I let her go. She turned around and walked out, shaking that ass like she was torturing me on purpose. She left without looking at me again, letting the door shut behind her. Once her presence was gone from the room, it immediately felt lonely, like a cold draft had just erased her warmth. I sat in the armchair once more, and sipped the scotch I'd been enjoying the night before. The sun would rise in a few hours and I was exhausted, but after the night I'd had, I didn't want it to end. There had been only one time in my life when I didn't wear a condom, and it was with her. How could I ever go back? My phone started to ring from my pants on the floor. I fished it out, saw Damien's name on the screen, and answered it. It was 4 a.m, so he would only call me at this hour if it was important. What? You sound wide awake. I'm always awake. Really? He countered. Because you didn't show up to work a couple days ago because... What do you want, Damien? He dropped the argument and turned serious. Maddox wants a meeting. Why? He wants to renegotiate territory. Maddox was my biggest competitor. His product was similar to mine, but not quite as pure. If he had the chance to take me out, he would. I'd do the same to him. We were enemies, bloodthirsty for each other's corpse. He was a decade older than me, and when I came into the game, he didn't take me seriously, considered me to be a child. But I rose in power overnight and pulled territory from directly under his feet. It started a war.
And no one was around. The air felt heavy, like I'd stepped into a meeting I wasn't part of. I lingered there for a moment, but couldn't make out the conversation. They were speaking too quietly. The bartender wasn't even there. What was going on? One man in the corner noticed me. He stared at me for a while, his eyes narrowed as if he was the school bully and I was his next target. Can we help you? All heads turned my way. Smoke from their cigars drifted to the ceiling, and their glasses of booze rested next to their hands. They must have helped themselves to the bar as if they could do whatever they wanted. My first impulse was to say something sassy, like usual, but my gut told me that wasn't a good idea, that my life depended on it. I noticed there wasn't a bartender. Do you guys need anything? The guy who interrogated me dropped his guard slightly. We're good, honey. Run along now. Honey? Run along now? It took all my strength to turn around and walk away, but I knew I was making the right call. The second I walked in the door, I slipped off my heels so I wouldn't have to wear them a moment longer. Heels and stairs didn't go together, so that was a problem I wanted to avoid. If my feet had lips, they'd be screaming in relief right now. My mother appeared out of the shadows because she was a damn gargoyle. Home at a reasonable hour. That's a nice change. Hello, Mother, I said sarcastically. So nice to see you lingering in the entranceway. You can't wait to move out tomorrow, huh? She was perfectly aware of my annoyance, but she managed to brush it off like a joke. A bit. Gustavo and I will miss you. No, you won't, I jabbed. She chuckled. Yeah, probably not, but it is nice that you'll be close by. So how was work? You know, boring. I considered telling her about the strange men who crashed the lounge, but Gustavo was probably the better recipient of news like that. You aren't seeing your mystery man tonight? What makes you think I have a mystery man? Well, I hope you aren't out until 3 a.m. with all different men. I headed to the stairs and began the climb. So, who is he? You're being nosy, Ma. I'm just curious. Is this serious? If it is, you know it's not serious, so let's not even go there. Oh, I see. She wore a long nightgown and lifted it above her feet as she walked. Then he must be a fun mistake. He wasn't fun, and he wasn't a mistake. He was just a good memory. At least someday he would be. It was a passionate relationship that I would never find again, and I wanted to hold on to it until the flames went out. My heart was locked up tight, so no one could come anywhere near it. Hades would never hurt me because it wasn't possible. How could a man break your heart if he never had your heart in the first place? Something like that. I miss being young. Have so many good memories. Yes, you say that a lot. We made it to the second landing, and I turned to say goodnight. I'll see you in the morning. I've got to soak my feet in the tub. All right, honey. Good night. The movers placed all the furniture in my new apartment, and I spent the afternoon unpacking everything from the boxes. It was a small one-bedroom apartment, so I had a little kitchen, a 4-person dining table, and a couch. It wasn't as grand as my mother's mansion, but it still beat living with her. Esme lifted the dishes out of the box and set them on the counter. So, should we celebrate with a bottle of wine here or go out? I do have wine here, but there are no hot guys here. She chuckled. That's a very good point. Now that Hades was a regular man in my bed, I wasn't looking for anyone new. But I knew Esme was hitting guys out of the park. She lived the epic single lifestyle. She didn't want to be cooped up in my apartment when she had sexy legs to show off. You want to go out then? Only if you pick up a hot guy too. You know I'm not really looking right now. I'm just focusing on me. I pulled the blankets out of the box and draped them over the couches. When I didn't hear the rattle of dishes anymore, I looked at Esme again. She gave me a look that clearly said, "You're full of shit." What? Aren't looking? She asked. People only say that if they're already seeing someone. Are you seeing someone? No, I wasn't seeing Hades. We just weren't seeing other people because we were skipping protection. It wasn't a romantic decision. No. Then you're picking up a hot guy. I'm not doing that either. So you are seeing someone. No. She cocked an eyebrow. Spill it. I tossed the blankets aside and joined her in the kitchen. It's not how it seems, all right? I grabbed a couple of plates and placed them in the cabinets over the stove. I'm hooking up with this guy, but we're exclusive for the moment. Uh-huh. She propped one hand on her hip, giving me so much attitude it was suffocating. That sounds like a relationship. It's not, I said firmly. We just don't want to use protection, that's all. And why wouldn't you want to use protection if this guy means nothing to you? Come on, I said as I rolled my eyes. Don't make me get into the details. I'm not interested in him romantically. Not at all. He's not my type. Not your type? You're sleeping with him, aren't you? I have needs, obviously, but that's it. My point is, I can't pick up any hot guy I see. Then he must be pretty good in bed if you're willing to swear off all other men temporarily. She wouldn't believe me if I told her. Yeah, he's pretty good. Am I gonna meet this guy? No, he's not gonna meet anyone. So he feels the same way about this being casual? Yes. He didn't strike me as the boyfriend type. I really knew nothing about him, but I wanted it to stay that way. She finished putting away the dishes. All right, let's get a drink. Hearing all this talk about good, casual, exclusive sex makes me want it too. It was mid-November, so it was too cold outside not to wear a coat. We shed our jackets at the front, then found a vacant booth. We ordered our drinks and got to talking. How's the hotel? She asked. Gustavo still got a tampon up his ass? Yeah, a bit. Technically, the hotels aren't even his. They belong to my mother. Asshole. I was annoyed by the situation, but I did think Gustavo was a good guy. My mother agrees. That's what the problem is. Until I have a strong husband, I'll never have any real responsibilities there. She needs to build a time machine and go back to 1734. I laughed when I imagined my mother getting into some contraption that actually transported her to a different time period. Her morals were so archaic that I didn't understand where she got them. Was it really by choice? So, on a scale of 1 to 10, how good is this guy in bed?
Then keep trying until she changes her mind. She will change her mind. He had a lot more faith in my abilities than I realized. She'll come around. I know she will.
Chapter 10. Sophia. I sat in Gustavo's office and listened to him drop a bomb on me. Everything I believed about my family and its legacy were lies. The Tuscan Rose wasn't a quaint hotel where guests made amazing memories. It was a front for crime. A front that fooled me. Gustavo watched me for a minute, anticipating my reaction. I couldn't think of anything to say. It was so shocking. I don't believe you. My stepfather lowered his gaze and sighed. I know it's hard to take in, but this is how the real world works. No, it's not. There are lots of people out there who earn their living the honest way. But anyone who's successful doesn't. I'd had issues with my father growing up, especially with the way he treated my mother sometimes, but we'd always had a good relationship. He seemed to be ethical, to care about his shiny reputation. It was hard to believe he would be a part of this. My father wouldn't do that. He's the one who started it. It's been going on for decades, Sophia. It doesn't make him a bad man. It doesn't make me a bad man, not your mother either. It's just how it works. So those men who came into the hotel? He nodded. They were men you shouldn't cross. They use our hotel for meetings and drop-offs. That man who committed suicide? No, it wasn't a suicide. I'd been ambitious about taking over this hotel, but it was a circus of crime. Hiding in plain sight, it had been there all along. I just didn't want to see it. So Hades launders your money? Now I understood what kind of service Hades offered to my family. He was the middleman between Gustavo and the criminals who used the hotel for their own gains. All those random deposits are from drug dealers and the mafia. Basically. The hotel is successful without it. We don't need it, Gustavo. Not quite.
In the winter months, we're usually barely breaking even. In order to keep all the staff on duty, we need to generate revenue in some other way. This is how it has to be. Since you're so ambitious about taking on this project, I thought you should know. You might want to focus your energy on another career.
Running this hotel, along with the others, had been my dream since I could remember. These hotels belong to me, Gustavo. What happens when you die? When my mother is gone, I just sell it?
No, I'm sure I'll be around a long time. And after you find a suitable partner, he can take over the role.
I would never marry a man who would want to be part of this operation. He shrugged.
Then you'll have to sell it.
And why couldn't I run it myself? I didn't want to be associated with this kind of deceit, but I also didn't want to be chased away. This was my birthright, an asset I was entitled to. I could always change everything once it was mine, cut ties with all that bullshit my father got mixed up in. He shook his head slightly.
It's nothing personal, honey. But with these men, it wouldn't be wise.
I can handle myself. At least long enough to cut ties.
If that's something you really want, you would need a suitable husband to help you. You would need someone who can do things you can't.
I can do anything a man can do, I snapped, and more.
That's not how I meant it, Sophia. One day you'll understand.
One day I would understand that my family was made up of criminals and liars, that they chose to do things the easy way instead of the right way. One day I would understand that this beautiful hotel was overrun with criminals, including the man I was sleeping with. I was supposed to come to terms with that, just accept it. Like that would ever happen. When Hades told me he was a drug dealer, I didn't allow myself to think about it. Just as his customers were addicted to his product, I was addicted to him. My nails were in so deep I never wanted to let go. I didn't want him to slip through my grasp. Ignoring what he said was the only way to accomplish that, to pretend it didn't really happen. I tried not to think about it, to pretend I hadn't heard his confession at all, because I wasn't ready to let him go. I'd finally found exactly what I was looking for. An intense relationship with a man without commitment, something that didn't require a single thought. It was just good sex with a deep connection, something so combustive that I could hardly think about him without my neck getting warm. I knew there was only one Hades Lombardi in the world, only one man who could fuck like that, could be so damn gorgeous. Once he was gone, it was over. Sex would be mediocre. There would be nothing to look forward to, because no man would ever compare. I sat in the living room with the TV on, an empty bottle of wine on the table. I'd been drinking all night, my thoughts becoming blurrier with every single glass. I tried to process my emotions, tried to process the reality of my life. Everything I believed in was a lie. It would take more than a bottle of wine to process that. My family's legacy was intertwined with criminality, and the man I was sleeping with was a kingpin, apparently. Maybe I'd always known, deep down inside. Maybe I was a criminal myself without even realizing it. A knock sounded on my door. The TV was on, so I couldn't pretend I wasn't home. I set down my glass, then walked to the door. After glancing through the peephole, I realized Hades had dropped by for a visit. He probably knew Gustavo had told me the truth. It seemed a strange coincidence that both men came clean about their identities just days apart. I didn't want to let him into my apartment. But there was nothing I wanted more than to feel his hand slide into my hair as he kissed me. Feel his strong arms carry me to bed so he could fuck me until we went to sleep. He was my escape from reality, the drug I constantly needed in my veins. I unlocked the door and let him in. He was in jeans and a leather jacket, his jawline cleanly shaved. He showed off the masculine structure of his face, the beautiful complexion of his skin. His brown eyes burned into mine the second he looked at me, claiming me right there on the spot. My hand grabbed the front of his shirt and yanked him into me, bringing our lips together for a passionate kiss in my entryway. He kicked the door shut behind him and dug his hand into my hair, making me go weak at his touch. He pressed me against the wall and stripped off his jacket. My hands moved underneath his shirt and touched the warm skin that was heated from his muscles. My fingertips drifted up and felt his hard chest, felt the body I could picture with my eyes closed. This man released endorphins into my brain, gave me such a high that I couldn't quit even if I wanted to. I needed this man to find someone new and forget about me. That way I would be forced to move on. He ended the kiss and subtly licked his lips.
You taste like wine.
You are what you eat, right? My hands grabbed the bottom of his shirt and slowly peeled it over his body. He pushed my hands away.
I want to talk.
I pouted my lips and sighed. Ugh, I hate talking.
I've noticed.
His arms hugged my lower back and placed our foreheads together, holding me in the entryway like he didn't want to talk either. He obviously didn't want to screw either. Otherwise, he would be carrying me down the hallway right now. It seemed like he just wanted to hold me, just feel our beating hearts next to each other. I was drunk, so any affection was nice. There was nowhere in the world I felt more at ease than when I was in his arms. His kiss made me forget reality, made me forget about all the bullshit in my life.
Are you all right?
I'm fine, I whispered. Do I not look fine? He glanced at the coffee table and noticed the empty bottle sitting next to the remote.
No.
My hand slid down his chest and I gently pushed him away. I don't want to talk about it, so if you want to have sex, that's fine, but if not, then you can just leave. I grabbed the bottle and flipped it over to get any extra drops at the bottom, but it was dry. Actually, you can take me to pick up another. He snatched the bottle out of my hand, along with the glass, and carried it to the sink. Wow, I didn't realize drug dealers were so boring. When he walked back to me, he wore a cold expression on his face, not finding my drunk act very cute. He stopped in front of me, so handsome that I forgot my train of thought.
Baby, be real with me.
Baby?
Yes.
His hand slid into my hair, but he didn't kiss me. He cradled my cheek with his palm, his thumb gently caressing my skin.
Now talk to me.
About what? I whispered. That my family's legacy is a lie, that everything I believed was just a dream, that one day I'll inherit a corrupt business infested with rats, including you? His eyes contracted slightly as he digested that insult. The whole reason I went to university was to do this, and now I can't. My father wasn't evil, but he wasn't good either, so I didn't realize how dark he was. I didn't realize my mother has been aware of this since the beginning. I didn't realize this was my life. Even the man I'm sleeping with is a top-tier criminal. It's all around me, and I never noticed because I didn't want to notice. I lowered my gaze and felt the emotion strike me in the gut.
The world isn't black and white. Not all criminals are evil, and not all law-abiding citizens are good. There's so much gray area there. You've been living in that shade for a long time, so you understand exactly what I mean. Your family may be laundering money and facilitating criminal meetings and the drug trade, but that doesn't make them bad people.
Wow, that's rich. His eyes narrowed.
I'm the biggest drug dealer in this part of the world. I get shit done by rewarding those loyal to me and torturing those who aren't. Cross me, and I'll push you out of a goddamn window. Test me, and I'll make you shit your pants. But I stay in my lane and mind my own business. I don't touch innocent people. I don't touch the police. Your family is the same way. The other guys who grow through that hotel have the same agenda. We live in the underworld and don't touch anyone outside of it. And none of these men rape and traffic women? You think I'm stupid? I know that's the biggest business out there. I don't do business with those kinds of men. I don't do business with men who do business with those kinds of men. He held my gaze, seeming genuine all the way down to his core. I kill those kinds of men. Selling drugs or some other product is one thing, but selling a human being is disgusting, especially kids. His speech shouldn't soften me, but it did. He couldn't be that evil if he actually meant that. I've been at war with the Skull Kings for a long time because they practiced that bullshit. They stopped a few years ago, and while tensions are still high, I'm not as inclined to fire first, unless they get in my way. Who are the Skull Kings? Doesn't matter, he said quickly. My point is, I'm not a good man, but I'm not evil. When I've paid for sex, it's always been with a free woman. You've paid for sex? I blurted. You're gorgeous. Why would you have to pay for it? That's gross. His eyes narrowed slightly at the insult, but he didn't strike back. It's just easier sometimes. I know exactly what I want, and I can pay a woman to be what I want. I pushed his hands off me. I'm screwing a man who screwed prostitutes? He let me step back. Judge me all you want. I'm not ashamed of it. Well, you should be. That's disgusting. A lot of men do it. If they tell you otherwise, they're lying. At least I have the balls to look you in the eye and say it, even if you're looking back at me with disgust. He held his ground by keeping his strong posture with defiance in his eyes. I knew so little about the man I was screwing. The more I learned, the less I liked him. That was exactly what I'd feared right now. That was impossible. Take some time to process all of this. I'm sure you'll feel differently. Eventually. Unlikely. That was why you married Gustavo? She nodded. I don't have what it takes to handle men like that. I wanted nothing to do with it. So Gustavo was a good choice. The business keeps running and I keep being rich. Everyone wins. Except me. Just when I think the world can't get bleaker, it does. What do you mean? Your first husband beat you until he got help. Your second husband married you so he could run the hotel. Our family's legacy is a con. Everything looks pretty on the outside, but it's so dark on the inside. You're looking at it the wrong way, honey, she whispered. My first husband got help because he hated who he was. My second husband wants to protect me and my wealth. My hotel is flourishing, giving us the life your father would have wanted us to have. Everything changes based on your perspective. So get the right perspective.
Chapter 11. Hades. Tuscan Rose was hosting a formal dinner for all the local businesses in the area, notably those who contributed to the hotel in some way. Running an establishment like that created lots of relationships, some better than others. Damien and I were attending. I wasn't sure if Sophia was. She was upset with her mother and stepfather for their approach to running the hotel, and since she was a sassy little thing, her attitude wouldn't die out easily. "She gonna be there?" Damien asked as he drove the Ferrari down the narrow streets. "Dunno. You didn't ask?" "I assume she's not."
Room. Hades stood near the wall in the corner, his eyes moving to mine like I was a target. He drank from his glass as he watched me, never dropping his gaze. He was the hunter. and I was the hunted. Damien gave me a gentle nudge in the side.
Are you going to make him stand there alone all night?
He doesn't have to stand alone if he doesn't want to.
He wants to be alone, unless you're there with him.
He moved into my line of sight and faced me head on. He had dark hair and a shadow on his face, but his charm was boyish. He had a dimple in each cheek, a playful sheen in his eyes.
Every woman in this room would kill to go home with him. You've hit the jackpot and you don't even know it.
Drug dealers are jackpots now? I asked sarcastically. Once he heard the subtle insult, he turned serious.
A man who can control territory the way he does is a fucking powerhouse. He's the most brilliant guy I've ever met, and based on all the broken hearts he leaves behind, he's the best at a lot of things.
He took a drink, then walked away, letting me chew on that final message. I handed my drink to a passing waiter and made my way over to Hades. My mother was busy talking to some of her friends, and Gustavo was so overwhelmed by guests that I was the last thing on his mind. Hades kept watching me as I came near, his eyes growing more intense the closer I got. He looked my figure up and down with heated eyes, like he wanted to hike up my dress and fuck me against the wall. When I reached him, I took the glass out of his hand and took a drink. Scotch. Cliché. He watched me drink, his hand sliding into his pockets. I finished the whole thing and set the empty glass on a nearby table.
What did Damien say to you?
Not much. I looked into that handsome face and grew weak like always. My fingers tightened into a fist automatically because I wanted to grab him and pull him into me, planting a kiss on those scotch-soaked lips. Just that you have a big dick and I should be sucking it right now? A slow grin subtly moved onto his lips.
I don't disagree with that.
You want me to get on my knees right now and suck you off? The playfulness in his eyes died away immediately. He slowly morphed into the intimidating man I met a long time ago. His body oozed confidence, his eyes burning with possessiveness.
I wouldn't stop you.
He moved toward me, coming so close that if anyone were watching, they would know we had seen each other naked so many times. His chin tilted down toward my face, and he leaned in and pressed a gentle kiss to my lips. I didn't stop him. He pulled away and watched my expression.
I'm about to dig my hand into your pretty hair and kiss you so good you come on the spot. We both know I don't give a shit who sees us. They can watch me fuck you for all I care, so don't play games with me. You'll lose, I promise you.
I wasn't playing games. My hand slid up his stomach to his chest, and my fingers dug into the fabric of his collared shirt. I gave it a gentle tug, stretching the premium cotton. I didn't tug him into me for a kiss. Instead, I let him go, then rubbed my hand over the defined bulge in his slacks. I stepped away and moved to the balcony. The doors were closed because it was too cold on this winter night to move the party outside. I stepped onto the terrace, then moved to the side of the patio, the place where I'd kissed him for the first time. He followed behind me. This time, I pushed him against the wall before I moved in and kissed him. I rose on my tiptoes and kissed his eager mouth, feeling his hand slide into my hair as he pulled me close. If anyone looked out the window, they might be able to see our dark figures moving around, but it would be hard to make out. My fingers got his slacks open, and I pushed them down over his hips slightly, getting his cock free. Then I lifted up my dress and got down on my knees. His eyes narrowed in surprise as he looked down at me, his fat cock exposed to the cold air. His body tightened as his hand moved into my hair again, and he guided my mouth to his length. Once I pushed my throat over his hard dick, he moaned like it was the first time he'd had a wet mouth around his cock.
Jesus.
I opened my mouth as wide as I could, and I lifted my gaze to meet his. Then I sucked his dick hard and fast, proving I wasn't the least bit scared either. He had a big dick, so he took up my entire throat with his girth. It made it hard to breathe, impossible to swallow, and my eyes stung with tears. He thrust his hips and dug deep inside me, pushing that fat cock as far as he could go because he knew I could handle it. His hand wrapped around my hair like a lasso, getting a controlling grip that kept me in place. Not that I was going anywhere. I liked his dick in my mouth. I liked pleasing him. I liked surprising him. He was the one who liked to be in control all the time, so it was sexy to see him vulnerable, for him to let me do whatever I wanted so he could enjoy it. When his dick hardened in my mouth like he was about to come, he pulled my eager mouth off his dick. Up. He dragged me by the arm and pulled me to my feet before he pressed me against the wall. My dress was yanked up, my panties were pulled to the side, and he wrapped my leg around his waist so he could fuck me. He slid inside me easily, soaked in my spit. I moaned because his cock always felt so good, especially after I sucked it off. He pressed me against the wall and rested his face against mine, supporting me as he worked his hips to push deep inside me over and over. He breathed against my mouth, his desire audible. My fingers dug into his hair as I held him close, as I let him smother me into the wall to keep me warm. 4 years ago, I'd wanted to be just like this, letting this beautiful man fuck me. But it never would have been as good then as it was now. His hips slowed, and he moved his mouth to mine to kiss me. His embrace was gentle, full of purposeful kisses and deep breaths. That was when everything started to move in slow motion. Seconds ago, we were yanking on each other in desperation. Now we wanted to take our time, like we were home in bed. He wanted to make this last, commit this moment to memory. I deepened the kiss as our bodies moved together on that rooftop, as we clung to each other in the cold air. The skin of my back and shoulders shivered when it came into contact with the cold stone, but now I was so hot I was working up a sweat. What if someone sees? We'd been gone from the party a long time, and my mother shrewdly noticed everything. She would probably figure out that Hades was absent from the party as well. He pulled the string at the nape of my neck and let my dress fall forward, let my tits become exposed to the nighttime air. His big dick sank inside me over and over, and he crowded me farther into the wall as he fucked me good and slow. Let them see.
Chapter 13. Hades. In a daze, I sat alone at a table as the party wound down. Couples had been departing over the last hour, and the people who stayed behind were taking forever to say goodbye. Alone, I enjoyed my drink as I replayed what had just happened on that balcony. This woman was going to kill me. I was the kingpin of the drug underworld, selling the purest stuff on the market, but not once had I taken a hit. That shit messed people up for a long time, so I didn't get involved in that lifestyle. My two vices were cigars and booze, pussy too, if that counted. But Sophia was my drug, the addiction I couldn't break. Not that I was trying. When we were wrapped together, it was the closest to heaven I would ever be. When my time on Earth was over, I would be sent to hell on the expressway. At least I'd gotten to touch an angel before I left. Damien fell into the chair beside me and set his valet ticket on the tablecloth. "Take the car." "You've got other plans." I shoved the ticket into my pocket. "That waitress lives down the block. I'm gonna walk her home." "It's freezing outside." "Yeah, but I'm sure her cunt is nice and warm." He nudged me in the side, then nodded his head in her direction. "She's got one hell of an ass." I glanced at her, but wasn't impressed by what I saw. I'd never been picky when it came to women, but Sophia ruined all other women for me. They had nothing compared to her gorgeous face, sexy legs, and pussy made of crystal. "Have fun." What are you gonna do? Go home with my woman, just not sure how I was gonna pull that off. Not sure. He glanced at Sophia across the room. I talked you up to her. She told me. Hoped it helped. It did. Big time. I'll admit she's an exceptionally beautiful woman, but what's your fascination with her? You can have any woman you want and she'll want you back. But you seem to like the one woman who doesn't. Is that why you're obsessed with her, because you can't have her? I had no idea why I felt this way. All I knew was I didn't want anyone else but her. I'm not sure. If I ever figure it out, I'll let you know. He clapped me on the back and rose to his feet. I'll see you later, man. Night. He walked away and picked up the waitress. They walked off together. My eyes moved back to the woman who'd stolen my obsession. A young man was talking to her now, probably lingering behind so he could have the opportunity to ask her out. He was a good-looking guy, but nowhere near her caliber. I could be jealous, but I wasn't. Real men don't get jealous. She must have turned him down because he walked away empty-handed. I handed the ticket to the valet outside so they could retrieve the car. Sophia and her family entered the lobby a moment later, their coats protecting them from the cold they would have to feel once they walked outside. Even with her body encased in enough fabric to hide her curves from sight, her legs were enough to make mouths drop. Maria spotted me, and a spark of mischief came into her eyes. She broke away from her husband and walked up to me.
Heading home?
Yes, it was a lovely evening. Thank you for the invitation. I leaned in and kissed her on the cheek. She turned her face, giving me good exposure.
We're very happy that you attended.
The Ferrari pulled up to the curb. Have a good night.
Hades?
Her slender fingers gently wrapped around my arm.
Gustavo and I will be here a little longer. Would you mind taking my daughter home?
She turned to her daughter.
Honey, come here.
It looked like I had her mother's approval. She was playing matchmaker right in front of my eyes. Sophia turned to us, clearly uncomfortable at the sight of us talking. She joined us, rigid and cold in her mother's presence. The heat we'd shared on the balcony was long gone, because her resentment overshadowed everything.
Hades is going to take you home,
Maria said.
We'll be here a while longer. I don't want you to wait around. I can walk.
That was Sophia's preferred method of transportation, even though it pissed me off. Maria laughed it off, but her eyes showed her embarrassment.
You're funny, honey. Good night.
Once she put the two of us together, she walked away, so the magic between us could spark, even though we were already two explosive volcanoes. I extended my arm to her. Let's go. Sophia was still annoyed, so she didn't take my arm. She walked forward and stepped into the nighttime air, holding her head high like a queen. I opened the door for her, then got behind the wheel. I turned up the heat before I drove away. She looked out the window.
Is this your car?
Damien's.
And where is he?
Getting blown. She smiled slightly and pulled her coat tighter around her. Your mother seems to like me. My line of business wouldn't be a problem for us like it would for most people. Maria had a realistic view of the world. She understood I was powerful enough to remain invincible in my work, so obviously I could protect her daughter. I could provide for her. I could keep that hotel running smoothly and protect the Romano family.
Don't take it as a compliment.
Hard not to. It's difficult to earn the approval of the mother.
You don't need her approval.
No, but it would be much easier.
Besides, I'm not sure how much she would like you if she knew what we did on the balcony.
Seems to me that's exactly what she wants. She turned her head back toward the window, dismissing the conversation. I could feel her negative energy, feel her anger heat up the car. You shouldn't be so hard on her, she snapped.
Don't tell me how to feel about my own family. You think you know everything, but you know nothing.
She'd never really confided in me about anything. Everything I'd gathered about her was through observation. She was an honest person who strived for greatness, and she had an attitude while she did it. She was different from the rest of us because she still possessed her moral compass. But she didn't understand the real world didn't play by the rules. It played for survival. I approached her building.
Just drop me off here and I'll walk up.
I wasn't giving up that easily. I'm walking you to your door.
I don't need you to walk me to my door.
I ignored her and parked. When she didn't get what she wanted, she sighed and shoved the door open. I followed behind her and walked up the stairs until we arrived at her door. She unlocked the door and stepped inside without looking at me, shutting the door in my face. I steadied it with my hand and invited myself inside.
I just want to be alone.
My hand slid into her hair, and I kissed her. My arm hugged her waist, and I pulled her close, heating her up after the frozen walk to her apartment. I gently guided her against the wall to the place where I'd fucked her the last time I was here. She kissed me back, slightly timid because of her previous rage. I pulled away and locked the door behind me. My jacket slid down my arms before I hung it on the coat rack. My tie joined in. She watched me.
You're presumptuous.
I know. I kicked off my shoes and unbuttoned my collared shirt, getting the layers off my body until I was just in my slacks. She finally took off her coat and left her heels by the door. She was still in a foul mood, so it didn't seem like sex was on the menu tonight. Truth be told, I didn't come here to be inside her. I just wanted to talk to her. What kind of man was I? That wasn't me. She grabbed a bottle of wine and uncorked it. Instead of snatching it away, I let her be. She set 2 glasses on the dining table and filled them to the brim. She sat in her red dress and took a deep drink, handling it like juice instead of alcohol. She was the most complex person I'd ever met. What don't I know? She cocked her head slightly. Tell me.
Honestly, the last thing I want to do is talk about my family. I never ask you about yours.
It wouldn't bother me if you did. She never asked anything remotely personal, trying to keep this arrangement as sterile as possible. In her defense, she'd told me what she wanted on day 1. It was the same behavior I directed toward tons of women. I wasn't playing hard to get. I was just being honest so they wouldn't expect anything more out of me. Now the roles had reversed, and I was infatuated with a woman who didn't give a damn about me. Maybe it was karma. I know all of this has been a big pill to swallow. Enormous. But as you get older, you start to realize that life isn't fair. That no one plays by the rules, that the most honorable people are liars. Your family has done what was necessary to survive. You should never apologize for what you have to do to support your family. She stared at me coldly. Your comment about my relationship with prostitutes is unfair. Prostitution is the oldest profession in the world. They do what's necessary to survive.
You misunderstood me. I don't judge women for being whores or strippers. They can do whatever they want. I was just caught off guard when you admitted you use their services. You're so goddamn beautiful that you can have any woman you want. Why would you need to pay for it? And secondly, I'm not living in a fairy tale. I understand the difference between good and evil is separated by miles of gray area. No one is completely good, because if they were, they wouldn't be good. My issue is, everything I'd been told is bullshit, nothing is real. Acclimating to that has been difficult. I'm not some stuck-up brat who needs to get her way. It's just painful to learn that the one good thing about your late father is a lie. So he was never good, he was always bad.
I held on to my glass as I stared at her, afraid to say anything because it might spook her. She was finally giving me insight into her world, finally showing me who she was.
My mother told me I have to marry a powerful man for the family. If I ever want that hotel business, it's a requirement. Watching her manipulate
and killed my addiction. I quit cold turkey and had to keep moving. I would find another man, find someone who could please me without wanting something more. But once a week had come and gone, the addiction started to kick in again. I missed him. So fucking much. I missed the way he slid his hand into my hair and kissed me. I missed the way he gripped my ass when he said goodbye. I missed the way those brown eyes would fuck me across the room. Every kiss was heavenly. Every fuck was divine. Who was I kidding? There was no one else like him. Hades Lombardi was one of a kind. I didn't want to call him and open the door to our complicated relationship, but I also wanted to get laid, and get laid good. I had to decide what I wanted, and how much I wanted it. It was becoming obvious that Hades would continue to push for more with me, to get me to open my shattered heart and hand it over to him. Never gonna happen. But I was weak, and horny, and miserable. So I called. I was sitting on the couch in my apartment with the phone against my ear. Every time it rang, I held my breath because he could pick up at any moment. It continued to ring until it went to a robotic voice messaging system. I hung up. I was disappointed. I'd expected him to answer. Maybe he was with someone else. Maybe he'd already moved on. Maybe I wasn't as special to him as I thought. Hours passed and he didn't call me back. Maybe he wasn't going to. Maybe all the damage I'd caused couldn't be fixed. When I told him we shouldn't see each other anymore, he wordlessly left the room and didn't look back. There was no fight. He just gave in. Anxiously, I texted him. "Can we talk?" Silence. I gave up and set my phone on the couch. I'd pushed away the best sex of my life. Now he was probably with someone else. Why did he have to screw everything up? Why didn't he just leave it alone? Why couldn't we be lovers who didn't give a damn about each other? My phone started to ring. It was him. My heart did a somersault into my stomach before I answered. His deep voice was scary, full of rage and annoyance. "What do you want?" He was so cold I wasn't sure if I should hang up. I should have been stronger and not called him in the first place. Now that I was faced with his hostility, I realized this plan was stupid. My hormones never should have been put in charge. "I asked you a question." My God, he was terrifying. "I'm sorry I called." "If you meant that, you wouldn't have called me in the first place. Say what you have to say." I didn't realize how gentle he'd been with me in the past now that I was facing this different version of him. This must be the drug dealer version, the villain I never met. "I miss you." That was all I had to say. His response was silence. Now I felt stupid for saying that out loud. "What do you want me to do about that?" Jeez, he could be a dick when he was pissed. "Nothing, I just bullshit. It's 10 o'clock right now. You want me to come over there and fuck you. That's what you want me to do about it." I couldn't believe this was the same man who'd placed my hand over his heart and vowed he would never hurt me. He was sensitive, passionate, kind. Yes. And why would I want to do that? As if he'd punched me in the stomach, I felt my lungs deflate. I felt embarrassed assuming he would want what I wanted. "You dumped me, remember? You think I'm just gonna come crawling back like some kind of pussy?" Definitely not. "No, Sophia."
Her gaze drifted away and she turned quiet.
I haven't decided what I'm going to do about that yet.
I didn't open the conversation because I knew it would only dampen her mood. "Want to go to my place or yours?"
My apartment is a shithole compared to yours.
"But it has a bed, that's all we need."
But you also have a cook.
"You like Helena?" I asked, enjoying her preference for my place.
Duh, she's amazing.
"So, you like my place for the sex and the food?"
Yep, it's like a hotel.
I opened my wallet and set cash on the table. "Then let's go. Let me know what you want for dinner and I'll tell Helena on the way."
Oh, this is going to be a great night.
Her face was pressed against the sheets, and her smeared mascara stained the off-white fabric. Her cries were muffled as the tears streaked down her cheeks to her lips. Her ass was proudly in the air, her back arched deeply and her nails dug into my knees. Every time my dick moved deep inside her, her asshole tightened. I stared at it as I fucked her, obsessed with every single curve she possessed. I could write a goddamn poem about that asshole because it was so perfect. At some point I was going to fuck it as hard as I fucked her pussy.
Hades?
She gripped my knees and bounced back against me, loving my big cock inside her. She couldn't get enough of it, addicted to it just the way I was addicted to her. Her cream built up at my base, piling up with its sexy white color. My hands gripped her hips, and my fingers dug into her tummy, yanking her down my length as I thrust inside her. My thumbs rubbed against her cheeks, pulling them apart so I could keep staring at that sweet little asshole. I fucked her like an animal, and she liked it.
God, yes.
We'd been this way for 40 minutes, fucking like maniacs. Load after load we kept going, her pussy dripping with my cum. I fucked her like a whore, but loved her like a soulmate. I could do this for the rest of my life, easily. The thought made me slow down for a second, made me consider the
Cold. What? Yes. In fact, he told me not to ask anyone else. He's in. This was bad. Very bad. I'm not marrying him. Why not? He's got everything, Sophia. He's been smitten with you for years. I've seen the way he looks at you. He's an asshole. Really? She asked. I don't think an asshole would fight for you so hard. He doesn't like me. He just wants to marry me to torture me. I highly doubt that, she said. He seemed genuine. This couldn't be happening. Hades is by far the best match. He's young, extremely powerful, handsome, and he's got resources we can't even dream of. No one will touch you as his wife. No one will dare cross you. You can run that hotel however you want. You'll get everything you want. No. Sophia, I said no. I didn't turn him down just so I could marry him years later. Well, I've already agreed to it. Then you marry him, I snapped. I'm not going to do it. Talk to him first before you make a decision. I have nothing to say to him. But maybe he has something to say to you.
Chapter 22. Hades. My assistant spoke to me over the intercom.
I know you're busy, sir, but Maria Romano is here to see you. She says it's important.
I stared at the phone as I sat behind my desk, considering the request. Gustavo had been gone for a month, and she probably needed help with the hotel. I was doing my part behind the scenes, making sure people stayed in line and didn't take advantage of Sophia. She was such an easy target. I'll see her. Maria stepped inside, dressed in a Chanel.
But I ask that you never leave her. That you promise to stay committed to her and do whatever it takes to stay together. That you make sure she never leaves.
That was an easy promise to make. All right.
I love my daughter very much. I want to know that you'll take care of her, that you'll never hurt her. My first husband beat me on a regular basis. I never want her to experience the same thing.
It was touching that she'd asked at all. I'm not that kind of man. I kill those kinds of men. Nothing will ever happen to your daughter, I promise. I'd die before I let anything happen to her.
Good answer.
She rose to her feet.
I'll talk to her about this. It'll take some time to get her to agree, but I'll make it happen.
I rose to my feet and walked her to the door.
I have to ask, she said. You're only 31 and so handsome. Why would you agree to marry?
I couldn't tell her the truth, that I was still in love with her daughter years later. I masked my feelings with hatred and bitterness, but once you really loved someone, you never stopped. She's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. I'd have to be stupid not to want her. This has been Wife, Betrothed, written by Penelope Sky, narrated by Michael Ferraiolo and Leah Langola. Copyright 2019 by Penelope Sky. Production copyright 2019 by Penelope Sky.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.